Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The golden fields of Rohan lay shrouded in an unnatural gloom, their once vibrant hues now muted beneath a sky that had forgotten dawn. For 3 days, the sun had failed to rise over the Riddermark, leaving the realm trapped in an endless dusk that sapped color from the world and hope from its people. What began as bewilderment had swiftly transformed into terror as darkness crept deeper into the hearts of men and beasts alike. Captain Eowyn Ironhand stood atop the watchtower of Edoras, her keen eyes searching the twilight horizon. The wind that once carried the scent of summer grass now whispered with cold foreboding, tugging at her cloak of midnight blue, adorned with silver stars, the mark of the Twilight Riders. Few knew of their existence, fewer still understood their purpose. For centuries, this secret order had stood vigilant against threats that lurked beyond the veil of ordinary sight, their oaths as ancient as the foundations of Meduseld itself. "What news from the eastern villages, Aldrich?" she asked without turning, sensing her lieutenant's approach. "Emptiness, my lady," replied the weathered warrior, his voice tight with restrained horror. "Snowborn is gone, not burned or razed, but hollowed. The buildings stand untouched, yet nothing lives. No bodies, no blood, only shadows where memories once dwelled." Eowyn's hand tightened around the hilt of Nightfall, her ancestral blade that glimmered with a cold blue luminescence in the deepening dark. "The Nazgulrim have returned." The name hung in the air like poison. Creatures of forgotten lore, the Nazgulrim fed not on flesh but on life itself, the essence, memories, and light of all they touched. Ancient scrolls spoke of their last rising 1,000 years past, when 7 summers vanished from Rohan before they were banished. "Summon the riders," she commanded. We ride at the midnight hour, as torches flickered to life across Edoras, casting long shadows against the eternal twilight. 12 warriors assembled in the sacred circle beneath the golden hall. Each bore the midnight cloak. Each had sworn the blood oath to defend Rohan when darkness fell. The king remains bedridden, his strength fading with each passing hour of this unnatural night. Eowyn addressed them, her voice steady despite the weight of her words. "The royal councillors speak of ill omens and cow in fear, but we know the truth that history has whispered only to our order." She unrolled an ancient map upon the stone table, its edges crumbling with age. "Would the Nazgulrim serve a master, one whose name was struck from our chronicles, yet whose shadow lingers in our bloodlines? Lord Valdomir, once king of the Mark, who in his pride sought dominion over death itself." A murmur passed through the gathered riders. Even among their secretive brotherhood, this name evoked dread. Our forebears defeated him at great cost, but could not destroy what had already transcended mortality. They bound him to the Twilight Realm using an artifact of elven make, Galadriel's mirror, which once reflected truth and light into the darkest corners of Middle-earth. Eowyn traced a path on the map leading east, beyond the borders of Rohan, to the mist-shrouded valleys where the ancient elven kingdoms once flourished. The mirror was hidden, its location known only to one who now dwells in the Shadow Root Forest. Her voice faltered momentarily. Thorold of House Blackmane. The name sparked instant tension. House Blackmane had once challenged the throne of Rohan, their rebellion crushed by Eowyn's own grandfather. The survivors were exiled, their names cursed. Enemy or not, he holds the knowledge we seek, she concluded. I shall find him while you divide into threes and protect what villages remain. The Nazgulrim fear steel less than they fear light. Carry the eternal flames and remember your oaths. As the council dispersed, Aldrich remained. My lady, the prophecy speaks of blood answering to blood. If Lord Valdemir rises again, then I shall face what comes, she replied, the weight of unspoken knowledge heavy between them. Dawn should have broken as Eowyn rode east on Swiftwind, her most trusted steed, but only the stars gave any measure of time's passage. The eternal twilight played tricks upon the senses. Distances seemed to stretch and contract, and shadows moved with purpose rather than following the laws of light. 3 days, hard riding, brought her to the borders of Shadowroot Forest, a place where ancient trees towered like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked what little light remained in the world. No Rohirrim ventured here willingly. Legends spoke of those who entered and returned changed, if they returned at all. Eowyn dismounted, whispering words of comfort to Swiftwind before sending him to graze in a nearby clearing. I shall call when I need you, old friend, she murmured, touching her forehead to his. The forest received her with eerie silence. No birdsong, no rustling of small creatures in the underbrush. Only the occasional creak of ancient wood and the soft padding of her own boots upon moss-covered ground. Her hand never strayed far from Nightfall's hilt as she followed an almost imperceptible path deeper into the woodland realm. Hours passed before she sensed a change, a presence watching, evaluating. She stopped in a small clearing where a stream trickled over smooth stones. I know you walk in my shadow, she called out, her voice steady. Show yourself, Thorold of House Blackmane, or has exile made you a coward? Caution is not cowardice, daughter of kings, came a resonant voice from the shadows, especially in days when shadows hunger. The man who stepped into the clearing seemed both younger and older than Eowyn had expected. His face bore few lines, yet his eyes held the weariness of centuries. A silver streak ran through his dark hair, and around his neck hung a pendant of strange design, neither elven nor of men, but something older still. You wear the cloak of the Twilight Riders, he observed. Has Rohan's pride finally bent enough to seek help from the exiled? Rohan's need transcends old feuds, Eowyn replied. The sun has not risen for 3 days. Villages stand empty. The Nazgulrim walk again. A flicker of genuine fear crossed Thorold's face. Then it has begun, he whispered. The return of the Shadow Lord. By firelight in Thorold's humble dwelling, a structure that seemed to have grown organically from the roots of a massive oak, he revealed what centuries of solitary study had uncovered. Valdemir was not merely a king who sought immortality, Thorold explained, tracing ancient symbols in the earthen floor. He discovered that our bloodline, the royal houses of Rohan, descended from beings more ancient than elves or men. He sought to awaken that power through forbidden rites. What beings? Eowyn asked, though dread of the answer already coiled within her. The firstborn of twilight, those who existed in the space between light and darkness when the world was young. Thorold's voice dropped to a reverent whisper. Who by sacrificing 900 souls at the altar of dawn, he nearly completed the transformation. Only the intervention of the elven lady Galadriel prevented the full awakening. He rose and retrieved a weathered chest from beneath his sleeping pallet. From it, he withdrew a silver-framed hand mirror, its surface not reflecting but absorbing light. In this is but a shard of the true mirror, which was shattered and hidden in 3 sacred places after Valdemir's defeat. When united, it can channel light powerful enough to banish the Shadow Lord, but the price is great. Light must answer darkness. Blood must answer blood. Understanding dawned on Éowyn with chilling clarity. I carry his bloodline, as do I. Thorold nodded grimly. Our houses were one before the Great Schism. That is why neither your family nor mine could ever completely destroy the other. We are bound by fate and blood to face this threat together. The journey to collect the 3 fragments led them through peril and revelation. In the Barrow Downs, they faced a Nazgulrim that had once been a king of old, its hollow eyes reflecting the lives it had consumed. At Weathertop, they discovered ancient runes that spoke of Valdemir's final plan, to extinguish the sun itself and create a world of eternal twilight where his powers would know no bounds. The 3rd fragment lay beneath Meduseld itself, hidden in plain sight within the throne that every king of Rohan had sat upon, unaware of the power beneath them. As they retrieved it, the palace shuddered, and a voice like the grinding of mountains filled the hall. "My children return," it rumbled, as darkness coalesced into a towering figure of shadow and ancient armor. "Come to free your ancestor at last." The confrontation drove them to the ancient Altar of Dawn, a stone circle high upon the easternmost peak of the White Mountains. Here, where the first light of morning would touch the realm of Rohan, they prepared for the ritual that would either save the kingdom or condemn it forever. As Éowyn united the 3 fragments of Galadriel's mirror, its surface began to glow with an inner light that strengthened with each passing moment, the first true light the land had seen in days. "He comes," Thorold warned, as winds howled around them and darkness gathered like storm clouds. The Shadow Lord materialized before them, a figure of terrible majesty clad in armor of midnight, a crown of twisted metal upon his helm. When he spoke, his voice resonated within their very bones. "My blood awakens," he intoned. "The cycle completes." "Your time has passed, Valdemir," Éowyn declared, raising the reassembled mirror high. "Return to dust and memory." The ancient king laughed, a sound like avalanches in distant mountains. "I am beyond death, child, and you are of my line. Your power is my power." As if to demonstrate, he extended one gauntleted hand, and Éowyn felt her strength begin to drain, her very essence pulled toward him like metal to lodestone. Beside her, Thorold too struggled against the inexorable pull. "The prophecy," Thorold gasped. "Blood must answer blood, not in conflict, but in sacrifice." Understanding blazed within Éowyn's mind. With the last of her strength, she turned the mirror not toward Valdemir, but toward the eastern horizon, where dawn should have broken days ago. "By the blood of the firstborn that flows in my veins," she cried, drawing nightfall across her palm, "I call forth the light." A single drop of her blood fell upon the mirror's surface, followed by Thorold's as he joined his hand with hers. The mirror flared with blinding radiance, catching the merest hint of sunrise from beyond the shadowed world and magnifying it 1,000-fold. A beam of pure light erupted from the mirror, striking the Altar of Dawn. The ancient stones began to glow with golden fire that spread outward in concentric rings, pushing back the shadows with each pulse. "What have you done?" roared Valdemir as his form began to unravel where the light touched him. "Completed the cycle," Éowyn answered, not with darkness, but with light. As the first true rays of dawn crested the mountains, the Shadow Lord dissolved into motes of darkness that scattered before the wind. The Nazgulrim throughout the realm similarly dispersed, leaving behind empty armor that clattered to the ground. Exhausted but triumphant, Esowyn and Thorold watched as golden light reclaimed the fields of Rohan, bringing color and life back to the realm. Below, they could see the twilight riders racing across the plains, their cloaks catching the newborn sunlight like stars fallen to earth. "What happens now?" Thorold asked quietly. "Does an iron hand welcome a black mane back to Edoras?" Eowyn looked at their hands, still clasped together, blood mingled upon the now dormant mirror. "The old feuds died here today," she said. "Rohan needs all her children if we are to rebuild what was nearly lost. The Twilight Riders will need a new purpose, to remember rather than to hide the past, so that we are never again unprepared." As they descended the mountain path, the people of Rohan emerged from their homes, faces turned toward the sunrise, with expressions of wonder and relief. None would ever again take the dawn for granted, nor forget the twilight that had nearly claimed their world forever. And in the annals of Rohan, a new chapter began, one of reconciliation and vigilance, of ancient blood redeemed by sacrifice, and of riders who no longer feared the twilight, for they had faced the darkness and called forth the light. Story 2. The sacred halls of Meduseld gleamed like a crown of gold atop the hill of Edoras, its ancient timbers and carved pillars witness to generations of kings. Today should have been a day of celebration, as the young heir Folkred knelt before the throne of his forefathers, ready to take up the mantle of kingship and the legendary sword that symbolized the very soul of Rohan. Instead, the great hall fell into a silence so profound it seemed to swallow even the whispers of the wind that forever swept across the plains of the Riddermark. When King Thengel had fallen in battle against the wild men of Dunland, the realm had mourned, yet found solace in the knowledge that his son stood ready to lead. Now, as High Thane Edric raised Herogrim, the ancestral blade that had tasted the blood of dragons and defended the kingdom since the days of Yul the Young, the air itself seemed to tremble with foreboding. "Rise, Folkred, son of Thengel, and take that which is your birthright," Edric intoned, his voice carrying across the hushed gathering of nobles and warriors. Folkred rose, his youthful face solemn yet determined beneath his crown of golden hair. His hand reached for the hilt of Herogrim, its surface etched with runes of power and adorned with horsehead motifs in gleaming gold. The moment his fingers closed around the grip, a sound like thunder cracked through the hall. The blade, forged in an age when magic still flowed freely through the veins of Middle-earth, shattered into gleaming shards that scattered across the stone floor like fallen stars. Gasps of horror echoed throughout Meduseld. The king's sword was more than metal. It was the embodiment of Rohan's strength, its unbroken lineage, its very honor. In its breaking lay an omen so dire that even the most stalwart warriors paled. "The mark is broken," whispered an old woman from the shadows. "The covenant is undone." Within a fortnight, the whispers proved prophetic. Crops withered in fields that had always yielded bountifully. Prized horses, the glory of Rohan, fell to a wasting sickness that defied the skill of every healer. Raiders from the east grew bold, striking deeper into the Riddermark than they had dared in generations, as if sensing the kingdom's sudden vulnerability. In the council chamber behind the great throne room, Folkred, crowned king of a fracturing realm, paced before the gathered elders and marshals of the Mark. "Our people speak of doom," he said, his voice steady, despite the shadows beneath his eyes. "They say the breaking of Herogrim has broken our bond with the land itself." "Old superstitions," scoffed Marshal Deorwine, though his hand instinctively touched the hammer amulet at his throat, a ward against ill fortune. "Perhaps," said Hereward the lawkeeper, the eldest among them, but superstitions often grow from seeds of truth. Herogrim was no ordinary blade. It was forged in the First Age by the hand of Telchar himself, the master smith of Nogrod, before being reforged by the elves of Lothlorien when Eorl swore his oath to Gondor. "Can it be mended?" Folkred asked, his gaze falling upon the shattered remnants laid reverently upon a cloth of crimson and gold. Hereward's weathered face grew grave. No smith in Rohan possesses such skill. Even in Gondor, the ancient arts of blade-making have diminished. "There is but one. Speak plainly, old friend," Folkred urged. "Hildred Fireheart," Hereward replied, his voice dropping to little more than a whisper, as if the very name might summon her. "A daughter of Rohan who studied the forbidden smithcraft of the elves. Your father exiled her 15 winters past for delving too deeply into secrets mortals were not meant to know." Silence fell across the chamber. Even Marshal Diorwine's skepticism faltered at the mention of the infamous armorer. "Where would I find this Hildred?" Folkred finally asked. "In the shadow of the misty mountains," answered Hereward. "And day in a forge built into the very rock, where it is said the fires never cool and the hammer never stills." 3 days later, Folkred rode from Edoras with a small company, himself, Marshal Diorwine as his protector, Hereward to guide them, and 4 of his most trusted riders. They carried the fragments of Herogrim wrapped in cloth of mithril, a gift from Gondor in more prosperous days. The journey to Hildred's forge took them through lands increasingly touched by the malaise affecting the kingdom. Villages stood half empty, their inhabitants fled or felled by sickness. In fields where the famous horses of Rohan once galloped freely, only a few gaunt beasts remained, their once proud heads hanging low. "The breaking of the sword reaches even here," Diorwine murmured, as they passed yet another abandoned homestead. On the 7th day, they reached the foothills of the misty mountains, where ancient pines stood sentinel over rocky slopes. Smoke curled from a chimney built into the mountainside, its stone streaked with the soot of countless fires. "She will not welcome us," warned Hereward. "And the decree of exile still stands. Then I shall revoke it," Folkred declared, dismounting and approaching the forge's iron-bound door with the confidence expected of a king. Though his heart hammered against his ribs, the door swung open before his knuckles could touch it. In the threshold stood a woman of middle years, her arms corded with muscle, her face lined not with age, but with the intensity of one who had stared into flame until flame stared back. A burn scar twisted across her left cheek, pulling her mouth into a permanent half-smile that held no warmth. "The son of the man who cast me out," Hildred observed, her voice like the scrape of whetstone against steel. "Have you come to ensure my banishment holds, young king?" "I come seeking your aid," Folkred replied, bowing his head slightly. A gesture of respect, not subservience. "Herogrim is broken." Something flickered in Hildred's eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or a deeper emotion quickly masked. "Show me," she commanded. Within her forge, heat pulsed like a living heartbeat. Strange implements hung from the walls, and tomes bound in materials Folkred dared not identify lined rough-hewn shelves. Hildred unwrapped the sword fragments with hands that, despite their strength, moved with unexpected gentleness. "This was no mere breaking," she murmured after long moments of examination. "The blade was unmade from within, a curse old as the bloodline that wielded it." "Can you reforge it?" Folkred asked. Hildred's scarred lips twisted. "Not as it was. The metal remembers betrayal too keenly, but a new blade could be forged from the old if what?" Diorwine demanded, his patience thinning in the oppressive heat. If we obtain metals of power to bind the fragments, dragon steel from the grey mountains, moon silver from the swamps of Nimrodal, and sun gold from the ancient tombs of Dunharrow. Her eyes fixed on Folkred. But there is one who knows the paths to these treasures better than I, a man your father imprisoned rather than exiled. Who? Asked Folkred. Grimwald the Oathbreaker, Hildred replied, once Marshal of the Eastmark, until ambition led him to treachery. Hereward paled. He rots in the deepest cells of Helm's Deep, for good reason, Hildred. He led an entire Eord to slaughter in the passes of the White Mountains. Yet he alone charted the hidden ways to the ancient forges and treasuries, Hildred countered. What matters more, old man? Justice for the dead or salvation for the living? Thus began a quest that would test not only Folkred's courage, but the very foundations of his claim to the throne. At Helm's Deep, they found Grimwald, once a mighty warrior, now a hollow-cheeked shadow, his eyes still burning with an inner fire that decades of darkness had failed to extinguish. "The son of Thengel comes to the traitor's cell," he rasped, chains clinking as he rose. "Has your crown already begun to weigh too heavily, boy king?" Despite the warnings of his companions, Folkred struck a bargain, Grimwald's freedom in exchange for his guidance to the three metals. With reluctance, the fallen marshal agreed, though the hatred in his eyes when they fell upon Deorwine spoke of grudges nursed through long years of imprisonment. Their journey led them first to the Grey Mountains, where amidst the ruins of a dwarf hold they battled a drake, not a true dragon but its lesser kin, to claim scales that, when heated in Hildred's portable forge, yielded steel of surpassing strength and flexibility. In the mist-shrouded swamps of Nimrodal, they harvested silver from stones that only revealed their gleam beneath the light of the full moon, while fending off the spectral guardians that rose from the murky waters. But it was in the ancient tombs of Dunharrow, carved into the very mountains, that the true test awaited. As they descended into darkness, Grimwald grew increasingly agitated, his gaze darting to shadows only he seemed to perceive. "And there is a truth buried here," he muttered, "deeper than any gold." In the burial chamber of the first king, they found the sun gold, a small chest of ingots that gleamed with inner light, even in the oppressive darkness. But as Folkred reached for it, Grimwald's hand closed around his wrist. "Before you claim it, know this," the old warrior said, his voice suddenly clear of its usual bitterness. "Herogrim did not break by chance or curse alone. It broke because you are not the true heir of Thengel." Stunned silence fell, broken only by Deorwine's outraged denial. "The king had two sons," Grimwald continued relentlessly, "twins born in the hour of a red moon. One was proclaimed heir, the other was given to a childless marshal to raise as his own, never knowing his true lineage." "Lies," Deorwine snarled, drawing his sword. "Folkred is Thengel's only son." "Then why did the sword shatter at his touch?" Grimwald challenged. "Herogrim knows the bloodline it serves. It cannot be wielded by one whose claim is false." Folkred stood motionless, the revelation crashing over him like a wave. "Who?" he finally whispered. "Who is this other son?" Grimwald's gaze turned to Hildred, who had remained silent throughout the exchange. "The son given away was marked by fire, a birthmark like a flame upon his chest, or hers." Slowly, Hildred opened the collar of her tunic to reveal a birthmark in the shape of a stylized flame over her heart. "Not a son," she said softly, "a daughter." "Me!" Understanding dawned in Folkred's eyes as pieces fell into place. Thengel's insistence on her exile rather than execution, despite her alleged crimes, the strange sense of kinship he had felt upon meeting her. "Why?" he asked. the single word encompassing a lifetime of deception. Rohan was not ready for a queen, Hildred replied simply. And Thengel could not bear to send his daughter too far from his sight, so he created a reason to keep me close yet separate, a renegade smith, dangerous enough to exile, but valuable enough to secretly consult. In that moment of truth, deep beneath the mountain, Folkred faced the choice that would define his reign, the power of kingship or the truth that might destroy it. With steady hands, he lifted the chest of sun gold and presented it to Hildred. "And then you shall forge Herogrim anew, sister," he declared, "and when we return to Edoras, we shall rule as Thengel's true heirs together." 3 weeks later, beneath the wooden rafters of Meduseld, Folkred knelt once more. This time, Hildred stood beside the throne, her smith's hands now adorned with royal rings. Between them, they held a sword reborn, Herugrim, yet not Herugrim. Its blade shimmered with the metals of their quest, runes of truth and unity etched along its length. "Rise, Folkred," Hildred proclaimed, "not as king alone, but as keeper of the covenant renewed. For the blade is remade, and with it, the mark." As he stood, sword in hand, a warm breeze swept through the hall, carrying the scent of fresh grass and the distant sound of horses running free across the plains of Rohan, healthy and strong once more. The kingdom would heal, as the blade had healed, through truth revealed and bonds reforged in the fires of destiny. Story 3. A blood-red star blazed in the night sky above Edoras, its crimson light casting eerie shadows across the golden hall of Meduseld. Marshal Diorwine stood upon the watchtower, his weathered face turned upward, the strange light reflecting in his steel-grey eyes. 20 summers had he guarded the western marches of Rohan, and never had the heavens shown such an omen. The wind carried the scent of frost despite the summer season, and the horses in their stables whinnied nervously, as if they too sensed the wrongness in the air. Diorwine's hand rested instinctively on the hilt of Grimfang, his ancient sword that had tasted the blood of orcs and wild men alike. "Ooh. When the sky bleeds, the riders shall ride for the last time," came a voice from the shadows, deep and resonant with an accent not of the Riddermark. Diorwine turned sharply, his blade half drawn before he registered the figure that emerged from the darkness. A tall man in robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver runes, his beard iron-grey despite a face that seemed untouched by age. In one hand, he held a staff of twisted oak, crowned with a crystal that gleamed with inner light. "Who speaks of doom on the threshold of Meduseld?" Diorwine demanded. "Name yourself, stranger." The man bowed slightly, though his amber eyes never left the marshal's face. "I am Kalimor, a wanderer from beyond Isengard. Some call me wizard, others sage. I prefer simply seeker of truths long forgotten. And what truth brings you to Edoras on this ill-omened night?" Diorwin's voice betrayed nothing, though his heart quickened at the man's words. Tales of wandering wizards seldom heralded peaceful times. Kalimor's gaze shifted to the crimson star that pulsed like an open wound in the velvet darkness above. The blooding star returns after 1,000 years. With it comes an ancient enemy, one your people have forgotten, but the land remembers. As if summoned by his words, a horn blast echoed from the plains below. 3 short calls, the signal of dire emergency. Diorwin's attention snapped to the distant torches moving rapidly toward Edoras from the western boundary. "Marshal!" called a guard, rushing up the tower steps. "Riders from Westfold!" They bear wounded. The wounded were not as Diorwine had expected. No bloody gashes or broken limbs marked the 6 warriors brought into the healing house. Instead, they lay pale and still, eyes open yet unseeing, their breath so shallow they barely stirred the air. More disturbing still was the expression frozen on each face, terror beyond comprehension. They were found thus on the borders of Fangorn, explained Eothine, captain of their Eord. And their comrades were gone, their horses slaughtered. Only these remained, as if, he faltered. As if what? Pressed Deorwine. As if whatever attacked them wanted witnesses, Eothane whispered, to spread fear. From the doorway, Calimore spoke softly. Not witnesses, warnings. The white wargs have awakened. Deorwine's blood chilled at the name from childhood nightmares. White wargs, spectral beasts said to feed not on flesh but on courage itself, leaving their victims alive but hollowed, shadows of the warriors they once were. Tales to frighten children, he scoffed, though uncertainty threaded his voice. Is it? Calimore approached one of the fallen riders, passing his staff over the man's vacant eyes. The crystal flared briefly, and within its depths, Deorwine glimpsed the fleeting image of a massive wolf with fur pale as death and eyes like wells of midnight. The ancients knew them as Gargoth, courage eaters. They appear when doom approaches, drawn to the hearts of the brave like moths to flame. If such creatures exist, how do we fight them? Deorwine demanded. Calimore's expression grew grave. And there is one hope, the eternal flame of Helm, hidden in the depths of the Hornburg. Legend says it was kindled from the dying breath of Helm Hammerhand himself, and burns with the very essence of Rohan's spirit. Its light is anathema to the white wargs. You speak of children's tales, Deorwine protested, yet uncertainty gnawed at him. There is no eternal flame in Helm's deep. I have commanded that fortress myself. Not all chambers in the Hornburg are known to its commanders, Calimore replied enigmatically. Some secrets are kept by blood alone. Dawn broke over a Riddermark gripped by fear. 3 more reports had come during the night. Eorids found decimated, their survivors empty husks. King Fengel had ordered all companies to withdraw to fortified positions, a command that sat ill with Deorwine. Rohirrim did not hide behind walls while enemies roamed their lands. Yet something in Calimore's words had struck a chord. If there was even a chance that this eternal flame existed, I ride for Helm's Deep, he announced to the King's Council. If this wizard speaks truth, I shall return with the means to fight these creatures. And if he speaks falsehood, challenged Harold, Marshal of the Eastmark. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. Then I alone shall bear the cost of my folly, Deorwine replied. But inaction is a price paid by all. Fengel, corpulent and wary, nodded his assent. Take the wizard with you. If he has led us into peril with lies, let him face it alongside you. Thus Deorwine found himself riding westward with Calimore and a small company of his most trusted men. The journey that should have taken 2 days stretched to 4, as they were forced to make wide detours around regions where white wargs had been sighted. Twice they encountered the beasts from afar, massive wolves that seemed to shimmer in the daylight, as if not fully anchored to the mortal world. On the 3rd night, as they camped in the shelter of a rocky outcropping, Deorwine confronted the wizard. You know more than you've spoken, he said bluntly. This prophecy, these creatures, they are connected to Rohan in ways beyond mere happenstance. Calimore stared into the small, carefully shielded fire. The history of Rohan is not as simple as your chroniclers would have it, he said at length. Before Yorl the Young led your people to these lands, they were known by another name and worshipped older powers. What has this to do with our present danger? Everything. Calimore's amber eyes reflected the flames uncannily. The white wargs were once guardians of your ancestors, spirit bonds made flesh through ancient rituals. But in his ambition, one chieftain sought to twist their nature, to make them weapons of conquest rather than protection. And this chieftain, his name was struck from memory, but his blood flows still in the veins of Rohan's kings. Kalimor's voice dropped to little more than a whisper. And in yours, Marshal of the Westmark. Deorwine's hand instinctively went to Grimfang's hilt. You speak treason. I speak truth long buried, Kalimor countered. Why do you think Fengel sits uneasily upon his throne? Why does discord grow between the king and his marshals? The bloodline fragments, and with it, the ancient bonds weaken. Deorwine fell silent, troubled. It was true that relations between Fengel and his marshals had deteriorated over recent years. The king's greed and suspicion had alienated many of Rohan's most loyal servants. If what you say is true, he said finally, why does this matter now? Because the Blooding Star returns only when the covenant between rulers and ruled threatens to break entirely. Kalimor rose, his robes whispering against the stones. Me and someone at the heart of Meduseld seeks to shatter it beyond repair. They reached Helm's Deep as twilight cast long shadows across the deeping coombe. The mighty fortress stood sentinel between sheer cliffs, its walls grey and unyielding in the fading light. As they approached, Deorwine felt a strange disquiet. This place had been his command for 5 years, yet suddenly it seemed filled with secrets he had never suspected. Within the Hornburg, Kalimor led them past the known chambers and storerooms, down flights of stairs Deorwine had never noticed despite his years commanding the fortress. The air grew thick with the dust of ages, and the torch flames sputtered in passages unused for generations. How do you know these ways? Deorwine demanded as they descended yet another narrow stair. I was not always a wanderer, Kalimor replied cryptically. Once, I too called Rohan home. At the deepest level, they came upon a circular chamber, its walls inscribed with runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. At the center stood a plinth of black stone, empty save for a shallow depression. The flame is gone, Kalimor breathed, dismay evident in his voice. Or never existed, Deorwine countered, frustration mounting. No. Kalimor approached the plinth, passing his hand over its surface. It was here, but recently removed. See how the stone still holds warmth. Someone has taken it deliberately. Who would know of this place? Who could access it? Kalimor's expression darkened. One who shares the blood of its guardians. One who has reason to want Rohan weakened from within. Understanding dawned with chilling clarity. Grima, Deorwine whispered. The king's advisor had appeared at court 2 years past, swiftly rising to become Fengel's most trusted counselor. But how? He is no son of Rohan. Are you certain? Kalimor fixed him with a penetrating stare. Royal blood has flowed in many channels over the generations, not all of them acknowledged. Before Deorwine could respond, a howl echoed through the passages, unearthly in its resonance, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Another answered, closer still. They've followed us, one of his men gasped. The white wargs have entered the deep. We cannot fight them without the flame, said Kalimor urgently. We must retreat. Deorwine shook his head grimly. No retreat. The Hornburg has never fallen while defended by the Eorlingas. We make our stand here. The first of the white wargs appeared at the chamber entrance, massive, its fur luminous in the darkness, eyes like pools of liquid shadow. Where it stepped, frost formed upon the ancient stone. Behind it came others, silent save for the soft click of spectral claws. Drawing Grimfang, Deorwine steeled himself against the wave of supernatural dread that emanated from the creatures. "Form circle," he commanded his men. "Do remember whom you serve. Remember the oaths you swore." The beasts attacked with preternatural speed, where their teeth met armor, metal frosted and cracked. 2 of Deorwine's men fell in the first assault, their screams cutting off not in death, but in a terrible emptiness as courage was ripped from their souls. Fighting back to back with Calimor, Deorwine found his sword arm growing heavy, not with fatigue, but with creeping doubt. Each time he met the gaze of a warg, memories of past failures flooded him, battles lost, friends fallen, opportunities squandered. "They feed on your doubts," Calimor shouted, his staff flaring with light that momentarily drove the beasts back. "Find your center, Marshal. Remember who you are, who he was. Not merely Deorwine of the Westmark, but descendant of kings and chieftains, bearer of blood, ancient and proud." With sudden clarity, he understood what Calimor had been trying to tell him. Stepping forward, Deorwine raised Grimfang high. "By right of blood and honor," he roared, "I command you." For a heartbeat, the white wargs hesitated, their spectral forms rippling like heat haze. Then the largest, a beast the size of a small horse, lunged directly for Deorwine's throat. In that moment, Calimor moved with unexpected swiftness, interposing himself between the marshal and the beast. The warg's teeth closed on the wizard's forearm, and he cried out, not in fear but in triumph. Tearing open his robes with his free hand, he revealed a pendant that glowed with orange light against his chest. The flame was never a physical fire, he gasped through pain. "It burns within the heart of Helm's line." The pendant, a crystal vial containing what appeared to be a single drop of golden fire, flared with sudden, blinding brilliance. The white warg released Calimor with a shriek that echoed painfully through the chamber. All around them, the spectral beasts writhed as if in agony, their forms unraveling like mist before a strong wind. As suddenly as the battle had begun, it was over. Where the wargs had stood, only patches of frost remained, rapidly melting in the warmth emanating from Calimor's pendant. "You carry Helm's flame," Deorwine said in wonder. "But how?" Calimor smiled weakly, clutching his injured arm. "I told you I once called Rohan home. I am Calimor, son of Hammer, last acknowledged descendant of Helm Hammerhand's younger brother." "Then you have as much claim to the throne as Fengel," Deorwine realized. "Perhaps, but Rohan needs no succession crisis in these dark times." The wizard straightened, his expression grave. The white wargs were but harbingers. The true threat awaits in Edoras, Grima, who I believe is of the same corrupted bloodline as the ancient chieftain who first twisted the wargs to evil purpose. "Then we ride for Edoras," Deorwine declared, "to face this threat at its source." Calimor nodded, then hesitated. "There is one thing more you should know, Marshal. The prophecy speaks not only of the riders' last ride, but of their rebirth. When the sky bleeds, the riders shall ride for the last time as they were, and rise anew as they must be." "And what must we be?" Deorwine asked. Calimor's amber eyes seemed to look beyond the present moment, to futures uncertain, yet filled with possibility. "United. Not just marshals and king, but all bloodlines of the Mark, acknowledged and hidden alike. The time of secrets must end if Rohan is to endure." As they emerged from the depths of the Hornburg into the pre-dawn light, the blooding star still shone in the western sky, though its crimson glare seemed dimmed. Deorwine gazed eastward toward Edoras and the confrontation that awaited. "Then let us ride," he said, "not for the last time, but for a new beginning. The horns of Rohan sounded across the plains as the company mounted, their call no longer a dirge, but a challenge. The twilight of the marshals had come, but beyond twilight always dawns a new day. Story 4. The golden plains of Rohan rippled like a sea of wheat beneath the autumn wind, stretching endlessly toward the jagged silhouette of mountains that guarded the realm's northern borders. Dawn light spilled across the rolling hills, transforming dew into diamonds that clung to blades of grass and the manes of wild horses that had, since time immemorial, made these plains their home. But on this morning, the mighty herds that were the pride and soul of the Riddermark galloped with unusual urgency, their thundering hooves carrying a warning that only one in the realm could truly understand. Eohild stood atop the watchtower of her father's modest steading, her slender frame belying the strength in her arms, earned from years of training with sword and bow. The wind tugged at her flaxen braids as she watched the distant herds with growing concern. 3 moons had passed since the first of the Miaras. The legendary horses descended from Felaroth himself. Mount of Eorl the Young had vanished from the plains. 7 more had disappeared since Durs, each one a devastating loss to a kingdom that measured its pride in horseflesh. "They say another was taken in the night," came her father's gruff voice as he climbed the wooden steps to join her. Eomer the Elder had once been Marshal of the Eastmark before an orc blade had left him with a pronounced limp. From Lord Erkenbrand's herd, a silver stallion, not yet in his prime. Eohild's fingers tightened around the rough wood of the railing. 8 Miaras gone, yet no tracks of thieves, no signs of predators. "The king has called a council at Edoras," her father continued. "All who command Eoreds are to attend. Theoden believes it may be sorcery from beyond our borders." "It is not," Eohild said with quiet certainty, her gaze fixed on the distant herds. Her father's weathered face creased with familiar concern. "Daughter, I've warned you about voicing such thoughts. The gift you claim—" "I do not claim it, father. I have it." Her voice remained steady, though her heart quickened with old frustration. Since childhood, Eohild had heard the whispers of beasts, not in words, but in impressions and emotions that flowed like currents of thought. The horses, especially, spoke to her with crystalline clarity. Yet when she had spoken of this gift, she had been met with dismissal at best, suspicion at worst. The gift of beast speech was a legend from the time of Eorl, not a reality to be claimed by a slight maiden deemed too delicate for the Eorids. "The Miaras are not being stolen," she continued, emboldened by the urgency she felt. "They are leaving of their own accord, answering a call that pulls them eastward, toward Fangorn Forest." Eomer sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. "Eohild, I know what they feel, father. Fear, obligation. As if an ancient debt has come due." She turned to face him, her grey eyes fierce with determination. "Someone must follow them. The king has already dispatched riders to search the borders. They search in the wrong direction with the wrong eyes." Eohild straightened her shoulders. "I must go." Her father's expression hardened. "You have been denied entrance to the Eorids 3 times. What makes you think Theoden King would entrust you with this task?" "I do not need his permission to follow my heart's calling," she replied, her voice soft but unyielding as rohirric steel. That night, beneath a canopy of stars that seemed to hang unusually low over the plains, Eohild slipped from her father's hall. She wore riding leathers and a cloak of deep green, her golden hair bound tightly in warrior's braids. A short sword hung at her hip, and a bow and quiver were strapped across her back. She carried little else, save for a water skin, dried meat, and the small silver pendant her mother had given her before passing to the halls of their ancestors, a horse's head with eyes of tiny emeralds. The stables were silent, save for the soft shuffling of hooves against straw. Eohild moved directly to the stall of Windmane, her dappled grey mare. Unlike the pure-blooded Miaras, Windmane was of mixed lineage, yet possessed uncommon intelligence and swiftness. "We ride east, old friend," she whispered, stroking the mare's velvet muzzle, "toward whatever fate awaits us." As she led Windmane from the stable, a soft nickering from the shadows caused her to freeze. There, gleaming like moonlight given form, stood a horse of such magnificence that Eohild's breath caught in her throat. Tall and proud, with a coat of purest white and eyes that held ancient wisdom, the stallion was unmistakably one of the Miaras, perhaps the last of the great ones still roaming freely. "Fell her off," she breathed, using the name of the first and greatest of their line. The stallion tossed his noble head, and into Eohild's mind flowed not mere impression, but clear thought. "I am his descendant, last of the unbonded. I am Snowmane, and I have waited for you, daughter of the old blood." Eohild approached with reverence, her hand extended. "Why have you come to me, to bear you to the truth that sleeps in shadow? The compact is broken, the balance fails. What was sundered must be made whole." Without hesitation, Eohild swung herself onto Snowmane's back, sensing that Windmane would follow without guidance. The great stallion turned eastward and began to gallop, his hooves barely seeming to touch the ground as they raced beneath the star-strewn sky. 3 days they rode, stopping only briefly for rest and water. Eohild felt as though she traveled through a waking dream, for never had a horse of the Miaras willingly borne anyone save the kings of Rohan or their sons. Yet Snowmane carried her with purpose, across the plains and rolling hills, until the dark eaves of Fangorn Forest loomed before them. The ancient forest stood like a wall of living shadow, its twisted boughs reaching skyward like gnarled fingers clawing for light. Tales of Fangorn were told in hushed voices around hearth-fires, of trees that walked and whispered, of ancient powers that slumbered beneath root and bough. Few Rohirrim ventured beneath its canopy willingly, yet it was into this forbidding realm that Snowmane led her, following paths invisible to human eyes. The forest closed around them like the depths of a green sea, sunlight filtering through leaves in dappled patterns that shifted and changed. As if alive, the very air seemed thick with age and memory. They have awakened from long slumber. Snowmane's thoughts flowed into her mind. "The lords of root and branch remember the oath that was broken." "What oath?" Eohild whispered, ducking beneath a low-hanging branch. "What connection exists between the Miaras and this forest?" Before the stallion could answer, an arrow hissed through the gloom, embedding itself in a trunk mere inches from Eohild's head. Snowmane reared, and she clung to his mane as more arrows followed, forcing them to gallop deeper into the forest's embrace. They burst into a small clearing where sunlight penetrated the canopy, illuminating a figure that stood with bow drawn. Tall and lean, clad in leathers of muted green and brown, the stranger's face was half concealed by a hood. Only the gleam of eyes and the strong line of a jaw revealed a man of perhaps 30 winters. "Halt, horse thief," he commanded, his voice carrying the accent of Rohan's northern borders. "Dismount, or the next arrow finds your heart." Eohild slid from Snowmane's back, her hand moving to her sword hilt. "I am no thief. This Miaras came to me of his own will." The stranger's laugh was harsh as winter wind. "A likely tale. The Miaras bear none but the royal line." He stepped forward, lowering his bow slightly. "I am Morwend, hunter of rare beasts." For weeks I've tracked the vanishing Miaras, only to find a slip of a girl riding the greatest prize of all. You hunt them, Eohild's anger flared. For whom? For one who pays in gold and promises, Morwen replied, circling her with predatory grace. You're the one who believes the power of the Miaras can be harnessed for greater purpose than carrying fat kings across empty plains. With unexpected swiftness, Snowmane charged, forcing Morwen to dive aside. In that moment of distraction, Eohild drew her blade. I am Eohild, daughter of Eomer the Elder, and I will not allow you to take him. Recognition flickered in Morwen's eyes. Eomer's daughter, the one they call too frail for the Eoreds. His gaze traveled over her with new assessment. What brings the rejected daughter of a crippled marshal into Fangorn's heart? The Miaras are disappearing because they answer an ancient summons, she replied, keeping her sword leveled at his chest. I have come to discover why, and to bring them home. Morwen's expression shifted subtly. And how would you know of summons that no other in Rohan can hear? Because she carries the old blood, came a new voice, deep as roots and ancient as stone. Both turned to find the clearing no longer empty. Where there had been only trees, now stood figures that seemed crafted from living wood, beings tall as 3 men, with bark-like skin and eyes like pools of amber sap. Entered the shepherds of the forest, creatures Eohild had believed existed only in fireside tales. The compact is remembered by few, rumbled the foremost Ent, its voice like the creaking of mighty boughs in wind. When Jarl first led your people to these lands, a bargain was struck between the first riders, the Miaras, and the guardians of Fangorn. The horses would serve the riders, and in return, the forests at the realm's edge would remain untouched, honored, protected. But this compact has been broken, continued another Ent, slender and willowy compared to the first. Year by year, axe has bitten deeper into our borders. The bond weakens, the balance fails. Snowmane stepped forward, his thoughts now seemingly heard by all present. The amulet of Concord was split into 4 parts as symbol of our covenant: earth, air, fire, and water. Each piece held by a different guardian. Without it whole, the ancient magic fades. Eohild's hand moved unconsciously to the silver pendant at her throat. My mother's gift. Could this be? The air fragment, confirmed the first Ent, passed through the women of your line since the time of the compact. The earth fragment we Ents have kept. Fire and water were entrusted to others, now lost to memory. Morwen suddenly laughed, the sound startling in the solemn clearing. With deliberate slowness, he removed a leather cord from around his neck, revealing a pendant of copper shaped like a flame. Not lost, merely hidden, the fire fragment has passed through my family for generations, though few remembered its purpose. Your family? Eohild's brow furrowed in confusion. Did you think Theoden King was the only descendant of Jarl? Morwen's smile held no warmth. My line was deemed unworthy, cast aside when the throne was established. We became hunters, trackers, dwellers of borderlands. But we never forgot our birthright. Understanding dawned like cold light. You're not hunting the Miaras for another. You seek them for yourself, to prove your claim. A king without the loyalty of the Miaras is no true king of Rohan, Morwen acknowledged. But I did not expect to find the compact's breaking as the cause of their flight, nor to encounter one who speaks their tongue. The Ents moved restlessly, branches creaking. 3 fragments stand before us. Only water remains lost, and without it, the covenant cannot be renewed. As if in answer to unspoken summons, a sound like distant thunder rolled through the forest. The ground trembled beneath their feet as trees parted to form a path. There, Flowing through the newly formed gap came the missing Miaras, 8 magnificent horses moving with unnatural synchronicity, their eyes alight with purpose. At their center walked a figure that seemed woven from moonlight and shadow, neither human nor horse, but something between. Her form shifted as she moved, sometimes appearing as a maiden with flowing silver hair, other times as a mare of impossible grace. "The Lady of the Miaras," whispered Eohild, recognition flowing from some ancestral memory. "She who was first of their kind," Morwen added with similar awe, "born from the union of mortal horse and the Maya spirits of old." The shimmering figure approached, and in her translucent hands she held a pendant of blue crystal, shaped like a cresting wave. "The water fragment I have kept, for I am neither of Middle-earth nor separate from it. The time has come to decide if the compact shall be renewed or forever broken." With ceremonial solemnity, the 4 fragments were brought together in the center of the clearing: Eohild's air, Morwen's fire, the Ent's earth, and the Lady's water. As they touched, light bloomed between them, fusing the pieces into a single amulet that pulsed with inner radiance. "The choice falls to those of the old blood," declared the Ent. "Will you renew what your ancestors pledged? Will you honor the balance between realm and forest, rider and steed?" Eohild and Morwen's eyes met across the glowing amulet. Hereditary enemies united by a legacy neither had fully understood until this moment. "I will honor it," Eohild said without hesitation, "and ensure that Rohan remembers its promise to the forest." Morwen's face betrayed conflict, ambition warring with newfound understanding. Finally, he nodded. "I too will uphold the compact, though it means my claim remains unacknowledged." "Perhaps not unacknowledged," Eohild suggested, a new vision forming in her mind. "Rohan needs more than warriors who speak with swords. It needs those who can speak with its heart, its horses, its lands, its ancient allies. We could return together, united in purpose if not in blood." The Lady of the Miaras stepped forward, her form solidifying until she stood before them as a woman of ethereal beauty, her eyes holding the wisdom of countless ages. "The gift of beast speech returns to the line of kings because it is needed. The world grows darker beyond your borders. Old alliances must be remembered if new threats are to be faced." She placed the fused amulet of concord into Eohild's hands. "Wear this as symbol of renewal. The Miaras will return to the plains of Rohan, but they shall no longer be merely servants. They shall be partners in the battles to come." As dawn broke over Fangorn's edge the next day, an unprecedented sight greeted the border patrols of Rohan. Eohild and Morwen riding side by side upon Snowmane and a midnight black Miara's stallion, leading the 8 missing horses back to the plains of their homeland. Behind them, the ancient forest seemed to stand taller, its eaves less threatening, as if some long-held breath had finally been released. And in the weeks that followed, whispers spread throughout the Riddermark of the Lady of the Miaras and her unlikely companion, the Hunter of the North, 2 descendants of the royal line who had restored an ancient covenant and formed a new council of understanding between the people of Rohan and the sentient world around them. For in days of growing shadow, such alliances would prove more valuable than all the spears and swords in the Golden Hall of Meduseld. Story 5. The golden fields of Rohan shimmered beneath a waning sun, their endless waves bending to an unseasonal wind that whispered of ancient malice. Where once the proud banners of the horse lords had fluttered in joyful defiance of any who might challenge their domain, now they hung limp and heavy, as if the very spirit of the Riddermark had begun to fade like autumn, giving way to winter's embrace. Atop a distant hill overlooking the realm he once called home, Theoman Silverhand sat astride Nightstorm, a midnight stallion whose coat gleamed like obsidian against the tawny landscape. Man and beast were equally outcast. He, for an alleged treason so grave that merely speaking his name within Rohan's borders was punishable by lashing. The horse, for a wildness that had seen him rejected by the royal Miara's keepers as unworthy of bearing a rider of the mark. "They still fly the golden horse upon green," Theomund observed, his voice rough from disuse. 5 seasons had passed since he had spoken to any save his mount and the occasional merchant brave or ignorant enough to trade with the silver exile. "But the green grows pale, and the gold tarnishes," Nightstorm snorted, pawing the earth with a restlessness that matched the disquiet in his rider's heart. Theomund's gaze drifted beyond the plains to the jagged silhouette of mountains that formed Rohan's eastern border, to the ancient, haunted paths of Dun Harrow where legends slept in stone tombs beneath a weight of centuries. Had any other eyes been watching, they might have missed the faint shimmer of unnatural mist that crept from those peaks like ghostly fingers reaching for the heartland of the Horse Lords. But Theomund had spent half a decade studying the old dangers, poring over forbidden scrolls acquired at great cost from the secretive archivists of Gondor. He recognized what no other living Rohirrim would: the Draugr of Dun Harrow was awakening. "They would strike me down before I could deliver my warning," he murmured, rubbing absently at the silver gauntlet that encased his right hand, the source of his epithet and a constant reminder of the price he had paid for knowledge. "Yet if I remain silent, all of Rohan will fall." Nightstorm tossed his proud head, as if understanding the weight of his rider's decision. With a heavy sigh that carried the burden of inevitable doom, Theomund turned his mount toward the distant spires of Edoras, the capital that had once been his home. "Come then, old friend," he said grimly. Let us ride to our death in the hope that it might purchase life for the realm." 3 days later, as dusk painted the thatched rooftops of Edoras in hues of amber and gold, the guards at the city gates stood straighter as a lone rider approached from the east. The stranger wore a cloak of deep grey that concealed his features, but there was something in his bearing, a pride tempered by hardship, that marked him as Rohirrim, despite his solitary arrival. "Halt and declare yourself," commanded the senior guard, hand resting upon his spear with practiced ease. "None enter the Golden Hall unnamed in these troubled times." The rider pushed back his hood, revealing a face weathered by wind and marked with a single pale scar that traced from temple to jaw. Hair the color of burnished copper was bound in the warrior braids of the Eastmark, though no tokens of victory adorned them. His eyes, grey as storm clouds and equally turbulent, met those of the guard without flinching. "I am Theomund, once captain of the King's Eord," he stated, his voice carrying across the suddenly silent courtyard. "I returned to Edoras on a matter of grave import, knowing well the penalty for my homecoming." The guards exchanged glances of shock and confusion. Many had been children when the infamous Theomund Silverhand had been driven from Rohan in chains, condemned by the very commander he had once served with unquestioning loyalty. "Seize him," came a powerful voice from the steps of Meduseld, the Golden Hall of the Kings. Hereward, the vigilant, commander of the King's Riders and protector of the realm during the monarch's illness, descended with hand already upon his sword hilt. "The sentence for your return was made clear, traitor." Theomund made no move to flee or resist as guards surrounded him. "The Draugr of Dun Harrow awakens. Hereward," he called, loud enough for all present to hear. "I come not to save my life, but to warn of a doom that threatens all the mark." Hereward paused, his lined face betraying nothing, though his hand did not relax its grip upon his weapon. He was older than when Theomund had last seen him. Silver now threaded his once raven beard, and the responsibilities of leadership had carved deeper channels beside his eyes and mouth. "The ravings of a desperate man," he declared, though something flickered in his gaze. "Take him to the cells. His execution will serve as reminder that Rohan does not forget betrayal." As Theomund was led away, Nightstorm reared suddenly, breaking free from the stable hand who had taken his reins. With a shrill cry that seemed almost human in its defiance, the black stallion charged through the startled guards and vanished into the gathering shadows beyond the city walls. "An ill omen," muttered an old woman from the crowd that had gathered. "When the faithful steed abandons his master, dark days follow." In the dampness of Edoras' cells, Theomund sat with his back against cold stone, listening to the distant sounds of merriment from the great hall above. The irony did not escape him, that men drank and celebrated while ancient evil stirred beneath their very feet, reaching up through soil and memory to reclaim dominion over lands long surrendered to the living. The creak of the cell door drew his attention. Hereward entered alone, bearing neither weapon nor torch, his face half hidden in shadow. "Speak your warning, exile," he commanded without preamble. "What madness drives you to return to certain death?" Theomund met his former commander's gaze steadily. "Not madness, but duty, though you declared me forsworn of it." "The Draga stirs, the ancient king-sorcerer who ruled these lands before Eorl, whose curse was sealed with blood and bound with oaths now forgotten. Old legends to frighten children," Hereward scoffed, though uncertainty edged his voice. "3 of your riders have already fallen to its influence," Theomund countered, rising to his feet. "They return from patrol changed, their eyes clouded, their speech strange, their loyalty divided. You have noticed but attributed it to fatigue or illness." Hereward's sudden stillness confirmed the truth of Theomund's words. "How could you know this?" "Because I have watched, and I have learned, while you and the council believe me plotting vengeance in distant lands." Theomund stepped closer, the silver gauntlet on his right hand gleaming dully in the faint light. "The tapestries in the ancient chamber beneath Meduseld hold the key to defeating this evil, a record of how Eorl himself bound the Draga with a spear forged from star metal and blessed by powers older than Rohan itself." For a long moment, Hereward was silent, weighing truth against suspicion, duty against personal grievance. "And you know where this spear might be found?" "I have suspicions," Theomund replied carefully. "But the tapestries will confirm what is now but shadow in my understanding." Another pause, heavy with unspoken history. Then Hereward drew a key from within his tunic. "If you speak falsely, then execute me twice over," Theomund finished grimly. "But make haste, Hereward." The Draga's influence grows with each setting sun. The hidden chamber beneath the Golden Hall lay untouched for generations, its existence known only to the kings of Rohan and their most trusted advisors. Dust motes danced in the light of Hereward's torch as they descended stone steps worn smooth by the tread of ancestors long passed to legend. "These were sealed in the time of my grandfather's grandfather," Hereward murmured, running reverent fingers over tapestries that lined the circular chamber. Despite their age, the woven scenes remained vibrant. Battles against shadow-crowned figures, alliances with beings of light, oaths sworn beneath stars now forgotten. Theomund moved directly to the largest tapestry, which depicted a warrior bearing a spear of silver light against a looming darkness. "Here," he said, his voice hushed with discovery, "the spear of Eorl, forged from metal that fell from the heavens in the time before." Hereward studied the woven image, his earlier skepticism giving way to grim acceptance. War, and where would such a weapon be kept if it still exists beyond legend? In the one place none would think to look, Theomund replied, pointing to a smaller detail in the tapestry's corner, a tomb marked with symbols older than the written language of Rohan. The Draga's own burial mound, deep within Dunharrow, Eorl sealed both enemy and weapon together, knowing that one would contain the other. Hereward's expression hardened. And then we face a grave choice indeed. To retrieve the weapon is to risk freeing the evil it was meant to contain. The evil is already awakening, Theomund countered. Better to meet it armed than defenseless. The journey to Dunharrow took 3 days of hard riding through lands increasingly touched by unnatural shadow. Fields that should have teemed with life lay barren, and more than once they passed abandoned steadings whose inhabitants had fled some nameless dread. They rode in uneasy companionship, Hereward astride his grey war-horse, Theomund mounted upon a chestnut mare from the royal stables after Nightstorm had failed to return. It was at the base of the haunted mountain, where ancient stones lined a path no living Rohirrim would willingly tread, that Nightstorm found them again. The black stallion emerged from morning mist like a spirit made flesh, his coat gleaming with dew, his dark eyes reflecting an intelligence that bordered on supernatural. Faithful beyond reason, Theomund murmured, stroking the horse's powerful neck. He has scouted the path ahead. A beast is just a beast, Hereward replied, though his tone lacked conviction. Theomund's smile held little warmth. Just as a traitor is just a traitor. The silence that followed carried the weight of their shared past, of accusations never fully explained and defenses never properly mounted. It was Hereward who finally broke it. Why did you do it, Theomund? You were the most loyal of my captains, yet you led your Eord into that ambush. 17 good men lost. 17 men against thousands, Theomund replied softly. I learned of the Dragas stirring 5 years ago, when we captured that Dunlending sorcerer. He spoke of ancient pacts and awakening powers before you had him executed for banditry. I sought knowledge in forbidden places, and discovered that the Draga could only be contained if its first awakening was met with a sacrifice of Rohirrim blood freely given. Understanding dawned in Hereward's weathered face. You sacrificed your honor. To buy time, Theomund confirmed. Those 17 rode knowingly to their deaths after swearing oaths of silence, to feed the ancient binding with the only currency it would accept. They were heroes, not victims, though history will never know them as such. In the deepest chamber of Dunharrow, where the air hung thick with centuries of malevolent slumber, they found both prize and peril. The spear of Eorl stood embedded in stone beside a sarcophagus of black marble, its shaft gleaming silver despite the dust of ages, its tip radiating pale light that held the encroaching shadows at bay. Ah, it is real, breathed Hereward, wonder momentarily displacing caution. As is its keeper, Theomund warned, pointing to the sarcophagus, where hairline fractures spiderwebbed across the once solid lid. We must be swift. As Theomund's silver gauntleted hand closed around the spear's shaft, the chamber trembled. Stone grated against stone as the sarcophagus lid began to slide aside, pushed by forces that had gathered strength through patient centuries. Take it, Hereward urged, drawing his sword, though he knew mortal steel would avail him little against what awakened. With a mighty pull, Theomund wrenched the spear free, and in that moment, 2 revelations struck simultaneously. The silver gauntlet that had hidden his right hand for 5 years melted away like morning frost, revealing flesh marked with runes that glowed with the same light as the spear's tip. And from the sarcophagus rose a figure of ancient nobility corrupted by malice, the Draugr of Dunharrow, its crown of tarnished gold perched upon a skull-like visage that still bore traces of its human origins. "You bear the mark of Yall," Hereward gasped, staring at Theomund's revealed hand. "The price of my research," Theomund replied grimly, raising the spear as the Draugr advanced. "Knowledge branded into flesh by powers that demand proof of worthiness." The Draugr's hollow laugh echoed through the chamber as it spoke in a tongue not heard in the Riddermark for 1,000 years. Yet both men understood its meaning with dreadful clarity. "The line of kings fails," it hissed. "The oaths weaken, the land forgets." "But I remember," Theomund declared, and thrust the spear forward. Light exploded through the chamber as ancient magic met ancient curse. For a moment that stretched into eternity, Theomund stood transfixed, the spear connecting him to both the Draugr and to something beyond, to the very spirit of Rohan itself, to oaths sworn beneath stars by men whose names were now legend. When the light faded, the Draugr was gone, not destroyed, but bound once more, sealed into the earth by power renewed through sacrifice and remembrance. Theomund knelt, the spear still clutched in his marked hand, its glow now subdued but undiminished. "It is done," he said simply. "For another age at least." Hereward helped him to his feet, newfound respect evident in his gaze. "Then let us return to Edoras, where a traitor's sentence must be reconsidered." Theomund shook his head. "The sentence was just, for I did betray my oath as captain, even if for greater loyalty to the realm. I cannot return to what was." "Then what will you do?" Hereward asked. "Where will you go?" Theomund's gaze turned to the depths of Dunharrow, to passages yet unexplored and secrets still guarded. "The Draugr is but one of the ancient threats that stir as the world changes. Rohan will need watchers on its borders, guardians who remember what others have forgotten." Understanding passed between them, an accord born of shared danger and revealed truth. Hereward clasped Theomund's forearm in the warrior's grip of equals. "Then watch from the shadows. Theomund Silverhand," he said solemnly. "But know that though the records may name you traitor, there are those who will remember differently." As they emerged from Dunharrow into the light of dawn, the golden fields of Rohan stretched before them, vibrant once more beneath a sky washed clean of shadow. Nightstorm awaited at the ancient stone markers, proud head held high, as if he too sensed the renewal of old bonds and the forging of new purpose. Theomund mounted his faithful companion, the spear of Yall now strapped across his back, its power a constant reminder of the vigilance required to preserve what was most precious. With a final nod to Hereward, he turned toward the wild borderlands where legend and reality blurred, a sentinel of the mark, unsung but ever faithful, carrying the light of ancient oaths into an uncertain future. Story 6. The morning mist clung to the ancient stones of Helm's Deep like a lover's embrace, reluctant to part with the fortress that had stood sentinel over Rohan for countless generations. Within its deepest chambers, where shadows lay undisturbed for centuries, the sound of metal striking stone echoed against walls that had forgotten the touch of torchlight. "Hold!" cried Foldhelm, chief mason to King Theodwyn. His weathered hand trembled as he brushed away centuries of dust from what appeared to be a door sealed with runes that had not been seen in the realm since the time of the first kings. "Bring the light closer." Torchlight danced across symbols that seemed to shift under their gaze, ancient Rohirric script intertwined with something older, something that whispered of magic from an age when elves and men had not yet grown distant. The workers exchanged nervous glances, but Foldhelm's curiosity overwhelmed his caution. With a nod, he ordered the sealed chamber breached. The stone door yielded with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of forgotten ages. Inside, upon a pedestal of white marble veined with gold, lay a sword unlike any the men had ever beheld. Its blade caught the torchlight and transformed it, casting ribbons of silver and azure across the chamber walls. The hilt, fashioned in the likeness of a dragon with eyes of amber, seemed to watch them with ancient wisdom. "Vermfang," Foldhelm whispered, his voice thick with reverence, "the blade of Jarl the Young, first king of the Riddermark, lost for 5 centuries. 3 days hence, Prince Deovin stood before his father in the golden hall of Meduseld, the wind howling outside as if the ancient kings of old expressed their approval." At 20 summers, Deorwine was the youngest of Theodwin's 3 sons, impetuous where his brothers were measured, curious where they were cautious. "The blade must be brought to Edorus," King Theodwin declared, his voice filling the hall despite his advancing years. "It is our heritage, our strength. In these uncertain times, our people need reminders of our glory." "Let Freyalaf take this honor, father," suggested Aldor, the eldest prince. "To the northern borders require my attention, and Beornhelm guards the eastern passes against Easterling scouts." Theodwin's gaze fell upon his youngest son, whose eager eyes betrayed his desire for adventure. "No, Deorwine shall be the sword-bearer. Perhaps this responsibility will temper his wildness." Deorwine knelt, his heart thundering within his chest. "I will not fail you, father." "See that you don't," the king replied, though a ghost of a smile softened his stern countenance. "Take 20 of our finest riders. The road from Helm's Deep to Edorus is short, but not without peril." The journey began auspiciously beneath a sky of unblemished blue. Vermfang, wrapped in cloths of crimson and gold, rested in a cedar box bound with silver. Deorwine rode at the head of the column, his golden hair streaming behind him like a banner as his stallion Windchaser galloped across the vast plains of Rohan. They made camp on the second night beside the snowborn river, where ancient willows bent to touch their reflection in waters clear as crystal. As twilight descended and campfires blazed, Deorwine found himself drawn to the cedar box. Alone in his tent, he unwrapped the legendary blade, marveling at how the metal seemed alive beneath his fingers. "What secrets do you hold?" he whispered to the sword, tracing the runes etched into its surface, runes that seemed to shimmer and change as he watched. The attack came with the first light of dawn, not wildmen or orcs, but elves, tall, graceful warriors with armor that gleamed like starlight and bows crafted from wood no mortal man had named. They moved with uncanny silence, their arrows finding marks with deadly precision. "Protect the prince," shouted Guthlaf, captain of the guard, as he fell with an elven shaft protruding from his shoulder. Deorwin had barely secured Vermfang to his belt when an elven warrior confronted him, eyes ancient and cold as midwinter frost. "The blade does not belong to the children of men," the elf declared in perfect Vestron. "It was forged with magic stolen from the golden wood. Return it, or blood will flow between our peoples once more." "This sword belonged to Jarl himself," Deorwin countered, drawing the weapon which hummed with an energy that made the air around it ripple. "It is the birthright of Rohan." The elf's expression remained impassive. "You know nothing of its true purpose, young prince. Nothing of the danger it poses." Before the confrontation could escalate, Windchaser appeared beside Deorwin as if summoned by thought alone. The prince leapt astride his faithful mount and broke through the elven circle. Vermfang clutched to his chest. Arrows whistled past him as he rode like the wind itself across the plains, leaving both his guards and the elven warriors behind. For 3 days, Deorwin rode without direction, avoiding the main roads where elven scouts would surely search for him. On the fourth day, as a merciless rain lashed the countryside and thunder cracked the sky, Windchaser stumbled, exhausted beyond measure. In the distance, through sheets of rain, Deorwyn glimpsed a solitary light. It emanated from a humble dwelling nestled against the foothills of the White Mountains, a blacksmith's forge, judging by the chimney from which even now smoke curled defiant against the storm. The door opened before Deorwyn could knock, revealing a tall figure silhouetted against the forge's glow. The man's features were sharp, his ears slightly pointed beneath silver-streaked dark hair, a face that spoke of mixed heritage and untold stories. "I have been expecting you, Prince of the Riddermark," the stranger said, his voice melodious yet rough, like a song played on weathered strings. "I am Haleth. Bring your horse to the stable and yourself by my fire. The night grows perilous." Inside the cabin, warmth from the forge drove away the chill of the storm. Haleth offered no explanation for his knowledge of Deorwyn's identity, nor did he comment on the sword that the prince had concealed beneath his cloak. Instead, he served a simple meal of bread and stew, waiting until hunger was sated before addressing the weight of unspoken questions that hung between them. "They told you it was forged with stolen magic," Haleth finally said, his gaze falling upon the cloth-wrapped bundle at Deorwyn's side. "The elves, they spoke only a half-truth." Deorwyn tensed. "How could you know what words passed between us?" A sad smile crossed Haleth's face as he pushed back his hair, fully revealing ears that tapered to delicate points. "Because I forged Wyrmfang, young prince. I am the one who bound elven magic to Rohirric steel, but nothing was stolen. The magic was mine to give." In the flickering firelight, Haleth revealed his tale, how he, a half-elven smith gifted with rare magic, had fallen in love with a woman of Rohan 5 centuries ago. For her, he had chosen the path of mortality, turning away from the undying lands and the immortal kin who now considered him exile and traitor. "For Eol, I forged a blade like no other," Haleth continued, reaching toward Wyrmfang with reverent hands. "Not merely a weapon, but a key." "A key!" Deorwyn echoed, permitting the blacksmith to unwrap the sword. "Beneath the White Mountains sleeps the last of the great dragons, Frostwing, guardian of Rohan before your people ever crossed the river Anduin. When darkness threatened to consume the land, Eol and I worked together to seal the dragon in enchanted slumber, for its power had grown too great, its mind too wild. Wyrmfang is the key to its prison." Deorwyn's blood ran cold, "and the elves wished to prevent its awakening. With good reason," Haleth nodded gravely. "And an ancient prophecy speaks of the sword's return. When the heir wields the blade of the first king, the last dragon will awaken, and Rohan will fall or rise, never to be the same again. The elves fear the dragon's wrath should it be roused from centuries of dreams." Before Deorwyn could respond, the ground beneath them trembled. Outside, the rain had transformed to snow, heavy, unnatural flakes that fell with increasing intensity despite the earliness of the season. "It has begun," Haleth whispered, his eyes widening with fear. "The giants of the northern wastes stir from their millennia of hibernation. They bring with them the endless winter." Over the following days, reports reached them of vast, hulking figures descending from the northernmost peaks of the White Mountains, ancient beings of ice and stone, awakened by some malevolent power. Villages near the mountains lay abandoned, buried beneath snow that fell in midsummer. The giants left frost in their wake, turning fertile lands to barren tundra. Meanwhile, elven and human forces gathered on opposite sides of the Snowborn. King Theodwyn, believing his son captured by elven warriors, prepared for war against the Golden Wood. The elves, led by Lord Celeborn himself, sought to secure Vermfang at any cost, convinced that preventing the dragon's awakening took precedence over the giant threat. Do we face annihilation from frost giants while our peoples prepare to slaughter one another? Deorwine said bitterly as he and Haleth observed the gathering armies from a distant hillside. And somewhere beneath these mountains sleeps our only hope, a dragon that might save us or destroy us utterly. Haleth placed a hand on the prince's shoulder. The prophecy speaks of choice, young one. Rohan will fall or rise. Perhaps it depends on the heart of the one who wakes the dragon. Deorwine studied Vermfang, the blade catching the weak sunlight that filtered through increasingly heavy clouds. Then I must be the one, I must awaken Frostwing. The entrance to the dragon's chamber lies within a hidden valley 3 leagues hence, Haleth said. I can guide you there, but once inside, you must face the dragon alone. The sword will know what to do. That night, as snow continued to fall and the wind carried the distant sound of giants, footsteps like rolling thunder, Deorwine stood at the threshold of decision. To obey his father meant returning to Edoras with the sword, potentially dooming Rohan to an eternal winter. To heed the elves meant surrendering Vermfang and abandoning hope. But to follow his own heart, to awaken a creature of legend with the power to save or destroy everything he loved, required courage beyond measure. As dawn broke cold and grey across a landscape increasingly blanketed in white, Deorwine made his choice. With Haleth at his side and Vermfang at his hip, he turned Windchaser toward the mountains where destiny awaited in slumbering, scaled glory. The heir of Rohan rode to wake the dragon, knowing that regardless of the outcome, the Riddermark would never be the same again.